I knew and did not know. Getting to see those renders of the creators and what they did and what they came up together, man, that was super fire. It's been a it's been an interesting journey, man. It's interesting to see how Nike is pivoting with what they're doing and how they're creating and integrating their next steps with Das Swoosh into this sector. Um, we all know what Artifact is doing and how they're innovating when it comes to the space, but to see Nike doing it and preaching it to the masses is really interesting, man. It's really interesting. It was dope to see the numbers, dope to see the people who were paying attention, right? Like I know, and it seems like it's so far fetched. Everything that's happening right here, right now. I can only imagine how someone in Web 2 is feeling when they see all of this stuff, like how potentially intimidating it can be. But it's amazing just to be a part of it. I think we all know that these companies, this company, Nike and Artifact, that they're so far ahead of the game when it comes to creating and innovating and then integrating these innovations into the day to day. It's it's going to be dope to see how it all comes together when that aha moment hits for everyone. Like, oh, this is why they were doing it. This is why I need 3D files. This is what I can utilize this for. Like, it's going to be amazing to see it all come together, man. It's always dope to see someone plant a seed and then water that seed and give it the sunlight it needs and the nourishment and speaking to it positively to see it grow into a flower or to a tree or whatever it is that you plant. It's always dope to see something come from nothing into something. And this is gonna be this journey, man, to say the least. It's gonna be a good one. Man, compounds in here. Die, what's good, man? I see you jumped up. What's good? How are you?
What's good, homie? I'm doing well, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's Friday. Went and got my hair cut. Went and got my hair did.
Oh,
Getting
you
ready
feeling
for
good?
I mean, you know I'm out here feeling good, baby. I'm ready for Tokyo. Yo. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Bro, what a time to be alive, man. NFTs and sneakers going wild, Nike, Artifact. This shit's crazy, bro.
Man. Mind blowing. Mind blowing.
You think Nike's gonna start going the way of Artifact and start letting you forage for like actual shoes?
I personally believe that Artifact is paving the way for everyone, including Nike. So to answer
Without a
your
doubt.
question, yes, I definitely think this is going to be, I think that's going to be part of the utility that they add to their side of things on Dot Swoosh on certain pairs for sure. I think they're going to allow them to be forgeable, right? The pairs that make sense. I think that's what they learned from how Artifact released the crypto dunks, and then they released the Air Force Ones, and then they released the CIRLs, right? Everybody expected the crypto dunks to come through first and foremost because they released those first. I think Nike learned from that, and they will have some of those designs, like the new age design that they had up, the one that looked kind of like Silver Surferish.
Yeah,
uh,
that's pretty
it,
tight.
it'll be incredibly difficult to have that in IRL, right? But the one that they put up from and I forget the terminology they use, but the first one they put up they had that it kind of had that NBA championship, that dipset reference, if you will. Those can be made easily, right? Because those have been done before. So when it comes to that type of model, I believe that yeah, they'll certain shoes they'll allow people to forge, and that will create that frenzy that they created a pair of physical shoes from digital, and be able to spread that awareness, right? Create that hype, especially in the Web 2 side of things. So, yeah, long answer, but short answer, yes, I think so, depending on the shoe.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm stoked.
Yeah, me too, man. It's dope to see Nike doing this, right? We had a lot of silence when it came to them while they were building for a long time, and everybody, was upset about the silence, and of course that increased the FUD. But now seeing them moving, right, asserting themselves and executing, it's creating that hype all over again. Like, oh shit, here it is. This is it. So yeah, man, it's I'm glad just to be able to be a part of this and whatever part that I can play to help build that awareness and that hype for people to increase on their experiences on that side. Ellen, what's cracking lacking, man?
Yo, I just watched that too. I thought it was like super dope. Obviously, was sitting there thinking that that announcer needed to be replaced by the one and only Dre Millie because of the way you talk about this shit is so smooth. But aside from that, like I think that to answer the question that got brought up a minute ago, I think that Nike will 100% allow for forging of these things. I think that what they're about to do is get numbers, right? Like they're going to get how much it costs, the different numbers on each of the DNAs, that get forged, how many people forge, and so you're going to have a whole heap of dot swooshers out there that are going to start collecting, start looking at these, and once they see the read through on what Artifact has done, to Dre's point, like Artifact is certainly blazing the trail on this thing. Once they get that data to sort of parse through, and if they can make it, if they can make it make sense for, a larger collection, if they have, a larger group of dot swooshers that want to potentially forge a particular colorway or whatever, it's all going to have, they're going to have to make all that make sense, numbers wise. So to Dre's point, like, that it's all happening right now. And, we're going to get some of the most exclusive pairs of Air Force Ones that will ever be created. And Nike will bring this forging technology to the masses through dot swoosh. I believe that 100%.
Yeah, it's an easy layup, man. It's an easy layup just to make any and all of this stuff happen. Like a powerhouse like Nike, man. It's I'm you can tell the giblets, bro. We starting up early today. You
Yeah,
get
dude, it's like innovation through acquisitions, like you said. Whenever they went all in on this college baller named Jordan, they did the exact same thing with Artifact. Man, they saw something there, and they were like, "We got to have this," and how quickly it's been sort of integrated through dot swoosh mechanism. I mean, obviously, like all the DJs out here in Web3 are like, oh, it's so fucking long, but like in the context of reality and corporate reality, man, this is light speed shit for sure.
That's a fact. People don't know that, right? Because they don't necessarily deal with those type of timelines. But exactly like you said, this is light speed shit. I like that. That's a fact. It's what gets me going about all of this? The fact that like my kids will grow up with this type of technology around and they will be able to utilize it because it's right in their wheelhouse, right? They jumping online, they on their tablet, they playing Roblox. My daughter's been playing The Sims, and I'm watching her design characters from the ground up and give them personalities, and she can see the correlation of how the character design gives them that distinct individual personality, and each one is a different person. Like she's fully immersing herself into that thought process, and she's going to be able to take that same thought process and apply it to situations like this to give her digital avatar its own unique personality and its own unique designs within its clothing. And the fact that Nike has the ability for now these kids to create their own shoes and utilize their artistic expression and abilities to go through on that is, and then possibly create that in real life for them to wear themselves, like it's next level. It's just a setup for something so much more beautiful than we ever could have imagined, to just being a pair of shoes or just an NFT. So it's just ridiculously dope. I gotta go to my man Compound. What's crack a lacking, man? I saw you come up. I gotta give love and show love. What's good, bro? How are you?
What is good, guys? Hopefully, you can hear me well. I'm outside, as Kira would say. I'm outside. I'm playing
Outside.
photographer for. I'm playing photographer for my girlfriend and her sister down here at the Carlsbad Flower Fields. But wanted to hop in and get some updates and chill with you guys and talk sneakers, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. Tell Shaw I said what's good,
I'm a
man.
sneakerhead now.
You are you already a sneakerhead. You just now discovering it. That's how it works.
I'll tell you. I'm here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tevington, what's crack-a-lackin', my G?
What's up? What's up? And how's everyone doing? I'm just coming off of like a big high of that swoosh session. I thought it was well presented, well executed. The details were on point. You know, they made it super simple for the audience. You know, they recognize that there's more than just one type of people. Tuning into that, and they took their time. They covered everything, but those designs, man, like I learned something new today. Like I didn't even realize the classic versus the new age, and like the subtle differences there. Even like taking the time to work through, to talk through that and explain the differences, and really covering everything and anything, right? Like was on point. I think they did a great job. And I love the fact that they're starting with, like crazy designs, right? Like that they're probably not going to bring to life, but it's again the focus on the creators. Like they're going to offer you those 3D files, and people can start utilizing them in the virtual world, and then eventually, which that drives hype, right? Like the one a day, one pair a day that they're going to release and reveal. Like think about that. That's insane. Like that's crazy. um, and I mean, and the audience, like 26,000 people.
Yeah.
This is one session, man. Like I said, man, I'm just hyped, and I love the fact that they give a shout out to the Artifact crew, right? Like, and the Forge that's happening next week, and so like bringing it full circle, like they focused on what they needed to focus on, and then gave credit where credit was due. But anyways, yeah, just just hyped.
Nah, yeah, man. You and I both. It's dope to see the inspirations coming through, right? Like they had old girls design, and you saw that candy piece on the debris. And I know everybody who saw it was like, "Yo, that's a mint vial, baby. We know what that is." But it's fire to keep. You know how Nike works, right? They get these inspirations from certain designers or certain creators, and then they just naturally instill it to what they're doing on their own pathway. But that just lets you know um, how innovative those designs were and how innovative they are.
Yeah, and it's like it's kind of like taking like those small details, right, and trickle and spreading it around and blowing it up, but not being too in your face about it, right? So it kind of trickles in, and it's going like it's kind of like that shotgun approach, but in a tasteful way. And that little by little, people will catch on, and so like marketing, the designs, like everything, like I live and breathe this stuff. Like this is when you talk about giblets and things that get you going. Like that product marketing and placement. That man, I love this stuff. Like yeah, like this is on point. This is on point.
The integration of everything. I'm the same way, man. It's just that merge of streetwear, footwear, technology, the gamification behind it, how it's subtly hinted and instilled in everything that's happening, giving people that artistic freedom to create their own. All of the above, man. It's just like a well merged world, like they say, and it's turning out to be so beautiful. I'm gonna go to my man Kane. What's good, bro?
What's up? So I I'm seeing like the title of the space, and I bought like the crypto dunks, and I didn't get anything from it. So like, let's say I bought a pair of these Air Force Ones. Like, do I get the sneaker? Do I have to pay anything on top? Do they ship to Canada? Can I get like just like short like info on it?
Ah, my man, a fellow Canadian in the building. We love you guys. Welcome, Sneaker Soapbox, man. But yeah, to answer all of your questions, yes, with this drop, when you purchase the NFT, you actually have the ability to forge it on Monday, this Monday coming up, April 24th. And that window of opportunity shall be open from the 24th to May 8th. So it's no extra fee to forge it after you purchase the NFT. You just got to cover gas, of course. And it is worldwide shipping. So the fellow Canadians can receive this drop. Um, and you can go for as many as you want. Of course, we know the allocation numbers are out there. Some are more rarer than others. So keep that in mind as you go shoe shopping. But yeah, man, you can actually get these. You should be receiving these by quarter 4 of this year.
Sounds good. I guess I'm gonna do some sneaker shopping. I just got the Clock Cortez, so I need to add some more heat.
Oh yeah, for sure. I saw that on your timeline as I was doing a background check to make sure you wasn't a bot that was gonna drop some nasty pictures in the pen. I like those. Those classics nasty, man. Like I got the Bruce Lee pair and the black and white pair. So yeah, I'm already with you on that. You already picking up some good stuff.
Dre, out of all the shoes that are possible, right, combinations of the Air Force Ones, which ones are your top three that you're most excited to see in a digital uh, reimagination?
Out of all of the shoes that they dropped on the poster,
No, that they dropped throughout its whole entirety, right, since 1982
oh,
up until '06, and then moving forward.
oh man, you gonna hit me with that. Honestly, man, some of my favorite pairs of Air Force Ones. First and foremost, I have to say the PlayStation Air Force Ones. I hope those come up somewhere. Those things are just they've been ridiculously dope since they dropped them. That's definitely like my number one. I really love the Invisible Girls, and they had a poster of those, right? They put those out there as well. Hopefully, they bring those back. Those were classic, way ahead of their time when they dropped them. We was on Bad Take the other night, and I had a discussion about those Kiwi Air Force Ones that the girl was supposed to buy for me. That she catfished me and broke my heart because she wasn't real, and neither was the sneakers. Those are some of my favorites of all time. I hope they'll bring those back up. Uh, I don't know. It's been so many dope Air Force Ones, and honestly, diving into this with that swoosh is doing is just bringing back those memories of how fire they've had certain releases in certain colorways. Like even that colorway they put up for the 2006 patent leather joints that they were speaking about. They I forgot about those, and they gave me like that was Dipset all the way. If you were around for the Dipset era, man, and the Dipset era of fashion, that was it, bro. Patent leather. They said it like fitted hats. You know what I mean? You had the do rag under the fitted with the matching jersey throwback. Like that was a time to be alive, and to see those things again, it just sparks up that same feeling that I had back then. So yeah, if I had to go top three, I think I would go with those. I'm gonna sit back and try to rock and figure out what else I had in the caliber, but top three, those would be mine for sure. Who else did we pull up here? Sean, what's good, bro? I know you sitting on some Air Force One. I know you didn't get rid of all of this stuff when you was getting rid of everything else. Oh, my man just dropped down. My man Sean had tons of sneakers back in the day, bro. Like tons on tons on tons. And I know we were doing a lot of Jordan things back then, but I know you got some Air Force Ones that you sitting on too as well.
Yeah, I'm back.
What's good?
I thought I was just coming up to pass whatever credibility I have to Kane. Kane's legit. He's super active in our community and super creative and a big sneakerhead. So follow him, send each other links, whatever you got to do. He's been with us since the early days, and he's super active in a lot of communities, but it all revolves around sneaker culture and cause dolls and everything.
Oh, Kane sounds like my type of guy then. Welcome to the
Yeah.
family, Kane.
Yo, check his
I'm waiting
TikTok
for
too.
clones to go under 2 so I can buy one.
Don't wait, baby. Don't wait. Don't
Yeah.
sleep. Don't sleep. You'll be sleeping forever. It's no time like
So
the present.
he does like some international modeling stuff. Sorry to put all your stuff out, Kane, but so he's got like some ties all over the place, a bunch of yeah. I don't know. He's super connected. So you guys should link for sure.
No, for sure, for sure. I appreciate the introduction. Kane, come through, bro. We do this. We've been doing Sneaker Soapbox every Friday at noon up until the forging date of, in 3 days. We're going to do it again on Monday as well. But we also do Bad Take every night, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I know you in Canada, but I don't know what part of Canada you're in. So if you got the time and the space, come through. We speak about these things and many other topics all the time. We would love to have you, bro.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm on Eastern, but I live in the Pacific time zone.
Word. So you're here. We together. We won.
But yo, check his TikTok too. He's viral on there on some content, so you can have him create some for Artifact.
See? Yeah, let's do this, man. Slide the DMs. Let's build. Let's get something going.
The
Appreciate you, Sean.
but yeah, I don't know what Air Force Ones I still have. I'll have to look in the vault. But I think I held on to some of the ones you were posting the other day. I don't remember the nicknames, but they were like the NBA conference or it was a while. They would have been from like 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like I think I still have a bunch of those. And then yeah, I don't know. I mainly held on to all my Dunks and P Rods and Jordans. Like I would always beat my Air Force Ones. Like I'd work in them. So I don't know.
Utterly
I'll check for you.
disrespectful. I totally understand. I had an OG man who sat on like 400 pairs of Air Force Ones, solely Air Force Ones, and he had some heat in that basement, man. Like Easter egg Air Force Ones. I got to throw that in my top five as well. I actually wore those on Easter. Those pastel colors hit like nothing else. So those definitely are something else that I have to put in there. But yeah, man, it's just so many classics that come to mind like that. Like you'll sit back and just be randomly thinking about like, damn, I forgot about these, and they'll just come out of nowhere. It needs to be. I'm really curious to see how they're going to execute this and see what else we can pull out of the gate from when it comes to the archives, because I know they're sitting on some fire, bro. It's gonna be nasty.
I wonder if they'll have the Air Force One Fusions because I'm a fan of those.
Oh, the Jordan Air Force One Fusions.
Yeah, those were
Yeah,
sick.
you sitting on a.
I'm probably the only person
I
that
was about
likes
to
them,
say
you
you
know.
sitting in the time of your own. I don't know. I think some of them was okay. I think the ones where they had the elephant print, the Jordan 3 Fusions, those were okay. I never had a pair, because yeah, those were hard to swallow at the time. Pause, but I think they cool. I think, you know what I mean. Everybody got their own thing. You know what I mean. Sophie, what you got? I know you out there. I don't know if you're still out in the shy, but what you got going on with you?
What's up, everyone? Happy Friday. I was vibing off of the session that they just had. I don't know. I think it was really well presented. I think it's hard for like any brand, regardless, or collection or project, whatever, to like go through all the designs, utilities, process, like mint process, edition, rarities, all the layers to like this upcoming chapter that they have. But they did a really good job at simplifying it, and also just like presenting this concept of digital ownership to complete normies who don't really care or know about this. And so the session, I think, went really well presented. I just picked up a giant poster frame for my dot swoosh poster, so I'm gonna find a nice spot in my apartment now to go frame it and hang it up on. But yeah, that's my Friday. That's my take.
That's fire, bro. So how many or which poster did you get? And I saw that you got multiples. Did you keep them or did you distribute them?
Okay, well, I'm not really distributing them, but the only thing I would distribute it for is the digital poster. Like, I literally don't have I didn't get airdropped anything. So, I'm I'm just hoping something in the next couple weeks comes into my wallet and I figure it out. But I have the physical ones. I have the fantasy and the other one, the I gotta look at it. Hold on. A force of flight. So I have the fantasy, which is like the icy blue one with like that hand, and then
Okay.
flight, which is like kind of darker. They're both dope.
Yeah, no, they showed up with them for sure. Definitely classics.
And I have the 100 of 100.
Oh, word. Okay. Okay. That's what's up,
But
though.
we all know not as cool as Aunt Ben's number one.
and, and Ben was on a mission for that number one. After he gave me those tips, I was looking to see if I could snipe one too. But they was hella selfish out here, bro. They was hella stingy with the bait posters. I had to finagle them. I had to I actually brought my mom with me to get my other posters so I can get two. I'm like, bro, they know me. I'm good. I should be good in the hood. Like, can I? No, you gotta have somebody else. So I had to have mom come through, like, just smile and wave. But you know, when there's a will, there's a way. We always find a way to work it out.
Of
Sean, what's
course.
good, bro?
StockX at one point when that first dropped, I started to try to like catalog my collection, and I just found two Air Force Ones that I think I still have. The invisible, like the first blue invisible Air Force Ones. I think I still have those, and then the Scarface. You remember those?
Of course, I remember those. I think they're actually bringing those back, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I saw them on one of those digital posters that they created.
Yeah, I love the Scarface ones. I would have never worn. I mean, neither of them were worn. Those were just basically in the vault, whatever. I couldn't wear either of those. It's not. I couldn't pull them off. I'm not cool looking like you.
It's, you know what? It's a state of mind, man. We only as cool as we say we are. Those
Yeah, my
invisible
state of mind
girls,
is
though,
keeping
bro.
them in the closet.
Those invisible girls, though, they, if you don't wear them, because even the pair that I had, yeah, that I got from the OG that I knew, those joints, if you didn't wear them, they got like super nasty. Like the invisible part was no longer invisible. It started becoming more like an orangey yellow kind of color. Like, started looking bad, and I still rocked them just because of the provenance that they carry. But yeah, I hope we do get an opportunity to forge those IRL again, because I
That
would
would have
love to
been
have another
showing me
pair.
some like sweat beads on the plastic if I wore those. You know, that's cool.
the condensation crackle off,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's right. There you go. I ain't about that.
Get it cooking, man. You just can't wear them without socks. Like, that's always a no, right? You the toes in there gonna be baking for real. Like, nah, you can't do those type of things. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's what's good, Jack? We got you up here. I ain't say hi to you. What's good, bro? How are you?
Yo, I was having some serious rug issues earlier trying to join, so I didn't even know if I was on the stage, to be honest. Um, but thanks, guys, for hosting the space. Awesome job on Artifact Creators yesterday. Appreciate that shout out. And I'm honestly just vibing off the Dot Swoosh sneakers live. Like, they called out Artifact, they called out the Air Force One event. I mean, it's like sit down, anybody on the timeline at this point kind of energy is what I'm bringing, because this is Nike, this is Artifact, this is an Air Force One mint party on the sneaker soapbox. There's nothing more iconic than a blade on one half, the Air Force One, and a swoosh on the other half with a world merging chip. This is unreal. And it's funny, guys, because I've been on this roller coaster of a journey since I joined the ecosystem. And it's like I decided to pick up a CloneX, the Venta Black Air Force One, because I really love material science and kind of the math behind it. And I think that the darkest material on earth is just freaking cool. And then so we saw that Johnny got seated a pair of the Air Force Ones from Artifact, and Jem's like, yeah, I'm gonna pick up the flower ones. So I just picked up the Genesis ones, and then she one ups me with the Murakami flowers straight up within 10 minutes, and I was like, So I straight up FOMO'd into a pair just to have the his and hers because of how iconic and fun this event is. So I think I'm officially a digital sneakerhead. I'm here to declare that to the space.
Oh yeah, you in there now. You done made it this far. That FOMO into that to the Murakami drips. That was the invite. You are officially here. You have officially arrived for sure. I did the same situation with my wife, like, because I didn't want to have to hear anything down the timeline. So I showed her the drips yesterday, and I was like, "Yo, what you think about these?" And she was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to wear those just because I know what they are and how they carry. And I was like, oh, just keep that a digital note or keep a mental note for that. So when it's forging time, I can get my size, I can get her size, and I won't have to hear no BS down the timeline when I show up with them and I wear them. She's, where am I at? How come I didn't get one? You know what I mean? So you're doing a good job, man. You're ahead of the curve.
Yeah, she picked them up, dude. This is all on Gem that I ended up with a second pair of these Air Force Ones. This is all on her. I give her full credit for this.
That's how it works here, right? We have so many people who've come to Bad Take who had no interest in any type of sneakers or footwear at all. And they've been here with us every single night. and now they have multiple pairs in multiple colorways, compound included. Man, my guy he was calling Yeezy 2 Red October's red shoes. Oh, those are nice red shoes. I'm like, bro, what the what? And now my man is, I don't even know how many numbers he's sitting on. He's graduated.
It all starts with just having an open mind, honestly, right? Because you're educating me on a whole different culture and a whole different type of collectible, both digital and physical. And if I've got the open mind to learn, which I do want to learn other cultures. It just starts there, right? And I kind of implore everybody to open your mind and kind of dive into some different things that you're not used to, and you might find some cool shit that you like. And while we're at it, guys, Dre is dropping free game out here, and we're trying to educate everybody on, you know, the Air Force One's coming. So if you could retweet the space for me, throw a comment, a like, it'll help the algorithm. You know, it'll help educate anybody who might be missing this. So appreciate y'all.
See, that's why my man is an excellent co-host because he feeding the space. I appreciate you, my guy. Um, yeah, like, gotta reiterate this. This is the 21st of April. We have 3 days until forging opens up, right? So we have to be prepared for this. All of the people out there who haven't necessarily been a part of the sneaker culture thus far, you got to do your homework when it comes to this forging event because you need to know what size you need to get when you want to select for your forging. Air Force Ones, they typically run a half size bigger than other or usual sneakers. So a lot of people like to go a half size down just to get a more, I would say, snug fit. But the thing about this is you can go do your own homework, head out to your local sneaker shop, try on a pair in your size to see which one is more comfortable for you. And that way you are well prepared when it comes down to forge and you don't miss out. Just to give some background, I myself wear a size 14. I still get a size 14 in my Air Force Ones because I don't necessarily like things being that snug on my feet, right? Like they're already big enough. I don't want my toes turning cryptic, throwing up crypt just from too tight of shoes. So I give enough spaces when I can in my shoes. And it's hard. They don't even make a size 14 and a half. So, I mean, it's just hard world, hard game for me. So yes, if you are interested in jumping in, do the homework. That way you're not upset when you actually receive your shoes and feel like you have way too much space. Ellen, what's good?
Yeah, that's a great tidbit of information, a tidbit of information that I did not know. So you've given me, some good knowledge there. Also, anybody in the space pinned to the top. The second from the right is your forging primer. Check that out too. Don't forget to, wade through there, and if you see, ones you like, snag them.
100%, 100%. I'm really curious to see what the community is getting or what they plan on getting when it comes to the forge. Like, I'm really curious to see the numbers and the selection that people have made thus far when it comes to executing for this forging event. Anya, I'm gonna go to you if you want to share with the people. Which ones have you picked up thus far?
Oh, I'd just like to add preach because everything you're saying, I love it. Thank you for educating us a little bit about the shoes, and also for anybody who's coming and listening that isn't maybe digitally native like some of us are. It's important. Also for those who are maybe not sneakerheads. Like I am, I don't know if I'd say I'm a sneakerhead, so getting some of those like the sizing details is important. So thank you. And so far, I have only collected the angel, and the temptation is so real to get Murakami DNA. Like that is very much on my very high list. So, but I'm back and forth all the time. I keep looking at the Murakami DNA and then the drip, and it's a hard choice. So, but either way, and then the reptiles. I feel like because there are so limited amounts of the reptiles in particular, that makes them pretty high value in my eyes. And I also love how they stand out and green for Lime Gang always. So that's kind of where my thought process is currently.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you for sure. I think the fact that the allocations are so low on certain pairs is still mind blowing to me. 300 on it's crazy. Less than 400. I mean, less than 400 on the reptiles is bananas. And just the fact that we are so early when it comes to the awareness of behind these DNAs and the release, like I don't want to slip up and not grab something and look back and be like, damn, I had more than enough chance to grab this and I just slept. Right. So when you bring up the DNAs, it's the same story for me. It's like, geez, I gotta make this happen somehow, some way. So plus I see the homies out there grabbing them. I said my man Jace got a pair, and my man Illen got a pair. Illen probably got two on the low, just didn't want to tell nobody, didn't want to hurt any feelings. But shit, I gotta find a way. Illen, what's good, man?
Yeah, I think to the fact of how early it is and whatnot. I mean, we saw it in the sneaker session today. Essentially, this is going to roll out to the dot swoosh community, and whenever they go, holy shit! Like once they sort of wrap their head around it and they go, holy shit! Like this has never been done before. And Artifact holds up their hand and goes, yeah, actually, it has been done before. And once like the masses see, okay, like this has been done before, it only happened once, and the allocations are so small, like that's when that's when minds start to explode for sure. Because I think that a lot of the sneakerheads that and sneaker connoisseurs that are going to be like sort of gravitate toward the dot swoosh platform, they're going to get tucked in pretty quick because it's obviously a very slippery slope for these collectors. And once the boxes start to open, once people start collecting um, these digital assets, once they start to kind of get to rifle through their dot swoosh account and see what all they have and check out what all their friends have, Nike's going to be watching all this, and they're going to roll out what they're going to roll out. And that crew, those first adopters of the dot swoosh, are going to realize pretty quick that they're not the first of the first, and that's going to get under their bonnet for sure, because they're used to being on the bleeding edge of collectibles, Nike collectibles, everything Nike, especially Air Force Ones. That the whole collectible scene, they're used to being the trendsetters in that scene. And once they sort of awaken to not just dot swoosh, but what has happened with Artifact, man, it's going to be some mind blowing shit.
That's all facts. That's all facts. It's going. All it's take is seeing LeBron walk down the tunnel, or PJ Tucker pull him out, right? And they gonna be like, "What are those? Like, what? How did you find it?" And PJ Tucker has an entire team that scouts out limited edition and hard to find sneakers. So he gonna wear a pair. I wouldn't put it past him to hoop in like a pair of DNAs, right? Because he just stay on that type of BS. But it's going to be bananas. And people know who Murakami is, right? They know the provenance that he brings. They understand the legendary artist that he is, and it's gonna be game over when they see him. Tevi, what's good, bro?
Yeah, no, I just when Anya was talking about the reptiles and just how they stand out. Not all of us are Jace or Illen, so we can't step up to the DNAs. But I would say for the common folks, that the reptiles are slept on. I mean that orange on the sole, against and the greens, the orange swoosh against the green background, like, and the lenticular color changing, leather. That's, man, we're talking some like legendary, like not ever done before, one of a kind, first of its time type shoe, right? Like, so, I personally, like, I went in initially with I just wanted one pair. I'm like, I got to get the Genesis because, Genesis of CloneX, and I got to get the robot because at the time I had the robot. But then the problem is Artifact, and I blame them, this is their fault, had to go and make every single pair have something special about it. Like every single one of these has a different material, different construction. Like the angel have the see-through material, the humans have that nice canvas material to it. The colors on the reptiles pop, and I mean, obviously, the Murakami drip, you got to get those, right? So then I sat down and I was looking at, okay, well, which one should I get? You know, because I shouldn't buy them all. That's like 7 pairs or six pairs. You know, why do I need that many shoes in 1 year? You know, I think we were talking about that on Bad Take the other night. I'm like, I don't
7
need.
is not that much for a year,
Thank you.
so I think you're
Thank
No,
you.
good.
no.
Thank you.
I know this is, but hear me out. Like I get it. Like I get this is like soapbox, and this is like sneakerheads to the max. I was a sneakerhead when mom and dad were paying for my shoes, right? Like I was good with it. But then I grew up, and then I had to start paying for my own shoes. And now I'm like, I don't need that many Air Force Ones. And then here comes Artifact with these, and now I feel like I have to own them all. Except I can't buy the DNAs because I can't. That's too much. But everything else is game. So I got the Genesis, the human, the angel, the robot, the reptiles, the American Madrid, and I'm waiting for somebody to like capitulate and maybe drop an undead, around forging time. That would be great. So if anybody in the audience is like, I really don't need these, and I'm gonna drop them on the floor for like, I don't know, 0.25, do that. That would be good. So, no, I think they all look great, and I'm excited for the forge. I'm also giving away a pair of angels, so just so people know, you got to take a few steps, but it's gonna be pretty epic. That's on Wednesday next week. I think is the 25th. So the window for taking part is closing, so you get till Sunday to enter. But these honestly, like real talk, like these are so nice that I feel like if you don't want to buy one, this is a great opportunity to get one, and that's part of the reason why I'm doing this because I feel like people need more awareness on these shoes, and the Angels are like they're the cleanest, and if you love accessorizing, like you can wear some fancy socks and get fancy with it and change the one pair of shoe into like 5 different pairs or more, depending on what socks you're wearing. Just epic all the way around. But anyways, I know Dre is about to get on me for going super long again, so I'm going to shut up
No,
now.
keep it going. I was gonna say, give them the TLDR on how they can actually enter and what they have to do to get a chance to win the shoes.
Yeah. So thank you for allowing that, Dre. So to enter, the short answer is, if you go to my profile, there's the pin post, and really all you got to do is subscribe to my channel, watch a video, and then give me your YouTube handle in the comments. Retweet if you feel like it. That'd be cool for more visibility. But that's really all you got to do. And I plan to run the giveaway on Wednesday the 25th, and then we'll have a winner. And really, all I'll need from you at that point is your wallet, and I'll airdrop it to you. And you should have plenty of time because the forge goes till the 8th of May. So, which I think it's going to be pretty epic to see how this rolls out. And I think, Dre, these once we forge them, right, like we're getting a different NFT with a different animation with these, right?
Yep. Every pair will have its
Yeah.
own separate NFT animation that you can have after forging. That is correct.
So yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's a good chance for anybody to either get an extra pair or get your first pair. Um, if you can't bring yourself to buying one, but I think the Angels again are going to be the most versatile for any outfit, and really, show off your own sense of style. So that's why those are the ones going out.
No, I can agree with that. They're similar to the white on whites, and the white on whites were always classic. You can throw those on with anything, and just those gold hints on the artifact blade and the Nike swoosh take the Angels over the top, man. Like, yeah. So I agree with you. Those are probably the most versatile of the entire drop. But I love the point that you made about how they all have their own personalities, right? They really showcase the differences in the 8 DNAs. the fact that the aliens have this texture that's was inspired by the alien skin on the clone. That's just crazy, crazy, mind blowing stuff. But every single one, every single pair has those distinct individual features, right? Like the humans and the reptiles, like you said, the lenticular upper with the color changing green. We don't even know the colors that it changes yet. We haven't seen that yet, but we know we can see in the sample that Zap dropped, the sample video he dropped a couple weeks ago. You can just see how the light hits it, and when the light hit the ice, it twinkle and glisten. You know what I mean? Like it's just crazy stuff like that that gives each one its own personality that makes you want to purchase every single one. But like you said, not all of us can grab every single one. I know when I saw John.
Maybe, yeah, maybe the one quick thing, Dre, like those Venta Blacks, I'm plugging this, right? But the Venta Blacks, if it like just go back and look at the swoosh video that was released, and you can see how they
Yeah.
shimmer like that. That is something that if you don't care for any other DNA, you just want like a clean pair, like that's another one. Like the Venta Blacks, I think is super unique from that standpoint. I think Jack said it right, like just the material science behind it and what they had to do to create that deep of a black. Because obviously they couldn't say Venta Black, so they had to go and do their own thing, for copyright purposes or whatnot. But that in itself is super cool. So that's one that I think that's gonna be it's gonna stand the test of time. All of these are gonna be pretty epic, like with 1,000 or less for most, except for the
Drips.
the drips that are 4,000. But in the grand scheme of things, like it's super tiny quantities, right? Like that swoosh is talking hundreds of thousands of pair. This is 5,000 or less. And if you have something like the reptile DNA, you're like one of 400 people in the
Crazy.
world that have those, which is
That's
insane.
crazy. Now the world.
Yeah,
The world,
the
Craig.
world,
The
like, yeah,
world.
this
That's
is,
crazy.
oh my God. Yeah.
But yeah, the black hole black, those are some that are definitely going to be eye catchers, right? And you can see that shimmer in the sample that Zap was holding during that sneakers talk, but I don't think we're going to fully appreciate every single one until we see them in person. I think it's just, and that's going to be the time where it's too late. Like, damn, I can't even, especially for myself, unless people out there are just trying to hunt for a size 14 because they know I'm gonna come for it. I'm gonna be AOS, ass thou sucker, when it comes to this drop. But I know when Johnny posted up the the sample pair that Wex received, I immediately aped into another pair of drips. Like immediately. It wasn't even the DNAs that I grabbed. I immediately grabbed the drips because I was like, man, it can't get no better than this. And if it looks like if it's looking like it can't get no better than this. So yeah, man, I'm dumb excited. Let me go to the hands. I want to get into more details so people make sure to know how to forge when it comes down to the forging date starting on Monday, April 24th. But let me go to the hands before we do that. My man Snap, I saw you jumped up. What's good?
Yo, what's up, fam? I'm about to got to hoop today, feeling good, feeling young, feeling spry, didn't get hurt, you know what I mean? But I wanted to well, I had a question too. I'll say my question for the end because it kind of lead into what you got to say, even though I know Jack or Deep might have something to say. But I was a bit confused by the forging date. It looks like, I'm guessing it's just a window basically, is it's from like starts in 3 days, but then it goes to May whatever. So I was a little confused.
May
Go ahead.
May 8th.
All right, for sure. But now I think I got it. And then shout out to Tevy for doing that giveaway once again. I'm about to get on it this weekend. It's going to be done. And but yo, I got same thing with me, man. I missed the Dot Swoop sessions. I'm bummed about that. We can watch them later. Is it on the Sneakers app, or is there a way to watch later? Dre?
Unless somebody.
Yeah, I was gonna say they will repost. Sorry, Dre. They will repost them. It will be on there. They typically will bring it back and like kind of like the high points and have it on the Sneakers app, so you'll be able to go back and watch most of it, like at least the key points, which might be all of it this time, just because of how much details they dropped.
Yeah, I definitely want to do that, man. I've been grinding all week from, trying to make up from all that fun I had in Japan. I've been working till like 10 o'clock at night every night. Literally, I've not had a minute to do anything. So I've been missing out on a lot. I'm sad I missed that swoosh session. But I wanted to just chime in and say, as far as Air Force Ones, man, I'm hoping they remake the Air Max 95 Air Force Ones, because those are one of my personal faves, just because I love the Air Max 95, and they got like the premium leathers on there, and just the way they did it with the color scheme. Like, I'm a big fan. I got a pair of those. That's one of my favorite pair all time. I wanted to say the Angels, man, they just make me think of summer, bro. I remember every summer I had to have a high top and a low top pair of Air Force Ones every summer. Like, that was guaranteed. Summer's rolling around, I had to get a new pair. But that's the downside. I couldn't wear last year's pair. I had to always get a
That's a
new
fact.
pair every summer. I would say if you had to grab one, my personal favorites are definitely the Vanna Blacks. But right now I have the Genesis. But right now I got Genesis, Human, Angel, Demon, Murakami Drip, and I'm missing the robot in there. And I'm like, y'all got me over here salivating, man. Like, it's gonna be too late. I'm gonna miss it. If I got it, I gotta get it now, Dre. Like, you're not gonna get a second chance. So I've been eyeing those, man. I'm probably going. I'm gonna capitulate and get a pair. Those are the ones on my list. But if I could have a dream pair, it would certainly be the undeads, man. I would those if I could pick. I mean, obviously Murakami DNA, but that's just way out of reasonableness for me. But if I could pick from those, like those top couple batches, even including Alien, Reptile, and like Undead, man, I would love an Undead, man. I love everything they did with that, and they're actually my company colors, man, black and neon green. So that's like a little hidden motivation for me. But I'm about to get back on my dad's status, go pick the boys up from school. But I've been listening while I've been doing some housekeeping and doing lots of business licenses and lots of paperwork and all kind of not fun stuff. So thanks for passing the time, and happy to hop in here and chop it up with y'all.
Appreciate you, Snapboy. It's good to speak to you, bro. It's wild how you're right, man. Those Air Force Ones, those Air Max 95, that colorway, the way that they broke up the color blockage, and it was so reminiscent to it all. Those was stupid dumbfire. That's a good pick, but yeah, man, it's crazy. You talk about how you got to get everything back in the swing of things because you just got back from Tokyo and you've been catching up on everything, and now you're going right back over there to reset all over again.
Bro, as soon as I just barely got adapted to this time zone, bro, and now I'm about to go right back to that time zone and then right back to this time zone. So yeah, man, yeah, I was like, man, but I'm happy. I'm super grateful. I'm super excited about it. I'm cooking up some dope stuff. So I also wanted to say, Tevi, what I was gonna say is, you're right, bro. It's the opposite for me. I could buy them all when I didn't have kids, but now that I got 5 kids, now I'm like, okay, can I? That's why I've been sleeping on the robots. Like, okay, I got 3 pair of CRLs, including the Space Matter, and then I got all these other shoes coming. I'm like, man, I can't 7, and I done bought a couple pair of shoes this year already, separate from Artifact as well, like 5, 6, 7 pairs probably already. So I'm trying to justify it, but the whole you're not gonna get a second chance, and just how much I actually love the robots as well. I think I'm gonna have to just get it and just not even tell the wife and kids. Just sneak that one in there. They're not keeping track, so
Yeah, Snap. I gotta say this quick, and I know we gotta go to the hands, but here's what I'm gonna tell you. Because I couldn't justify buying more pairs for myself, what I did is I bought more pairs for the family. So my brother's getting a pair. My 2 brothers are getting shoes, Angels and the Genesis. My daughter's getting a pair of Murakami's. My niece is getting another Genesis. My nephew's getting a robot. So that's just because man, it hurts me to see some of these pairs like going for like nothing given what they are. So I just went in and bought more, but I'd had to spread the love to kind of justify it. So, you know, I would say buy more if you want them.
See,
Yo,
Just
Tevi, I just found out
do
we're
it.
brothers, bro. Yeah, I'm looking forward to my pair.
what's wild about this is that it's a beautiful thing, right? Tevi is definitely spreading the love, and they don't even know what it's about for real. They just go see them like, oh, these are crazy, right? And that is a good tactic to use in order to ease into the pain. One, I'm gonna say this is how you know you're becoming a sneakerhead because you're finding ways to justify it, right? My man Tevi, I don't even think he had the sneakers app downloaded a couple weeks ago, and now he's telling Snap about the playbacks. Like, yeah, they're gonna have that reloaded back up. Yeah, just give it a couple hours. It should be good. Like, that's how you know my man is transformed.
Okay, well, I gotta speak up on myself. No, I had the sneakers app. I just wasn't hitting on anything because they wouldn't. Because Dre has it down, and he has like the 6 phones, the 17 accounts, and everything is going in his favor. And every time I try to get something, they don't care about me. So no, I've had the app. It's just it's just not working out. Like yeah. Anyways,
It's a numbers game, baby. You know what I mean? They told you on the show that it's a 1 in 3 chance. So if you got at least 3 accounts, the numbers working for you, right? You gotta work it how they work it. They tell you the sauce, you just gotta spice it up, add a little sugar. You know what I mean? But that's a great strategy to have, to be able to get it for the people, buying it for your family. My brother's down in the crowd. I'm gonna just let you know, don't even think about it because it ain't gonna happen. You know what I mean? Sorry, Tevi. Sorry, Tevi had to ruin that for you, but it's not. Or we can say it like this: they kind of like both of ours. They just stay at my house. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to worry. Like, we can share. It just stay here with me in LA. So it's all good. Let's go to.
That's why I tell. That's why I tell my kids, because I ain't trusting a badass woman in a pair of shoes. They're gonna run them right into the ground in
Oh,
3 tries. But y'all can look at them, then y'all can hold them. You know what I mean?
of course. They just like both of ours. They just stay at my house. You know what I mean? Like Red and Debo and the bike. Uh, Day after. What's good, bro?
Jack had his hand up first, so I'm gonna let him go.
Oh, look at that. Keeping it clean. Jack, what's good, bro?
That was great. I just had a really good kind of high level question. What is the most commonly resold size of sneakers? Because like I know my size, I know I'm forging for myself, but just in general,
Or like
what
four
is
to seven.
the common size?
9.
But like if you want like the money, you gotta go for like those Chinese girls size feet.
You go for the well, it's hard to speak about it, right? Because those are two good points. You get more allocation in like a size 9. That's a sample size. A lot of people, the average person, I guess they say, wear a size 9. So since you have a lot more allocated purchasers, buyers for that size, but you also have a lot of people who, since they have the highest allocation, they have a lot more pairs fluctuating in that size. But when it comes to this type of release, it's different, because we see the allocation they're very scarce to begin with. So it's kind of just a toss up. So I've always dealt in size 14, size 15, because I know that market, stereotypically speaking, is for bigger guys. We don't really get that many pairs allocated, and once you build up a brand, they know where to come and get it, right? So it just depends on that type of perspective. But with this being this type of special release, it's really a toss up, man. I would think, depending on the pairs, right? I would think for the Murakami Drip, since it has that flower, it has like a softer look to it. It got that baby blue heel tab in the back. A lot of women, I think, will be interested in that because they can wear them. And Air Force Ones are actually coming back in style to be the centerpiece of sneakers, to be honest. So I think a lot of people gonna be paying attention to them. And this is something, to side note, like I called this out to my brother right before I moved to LA. I gave him about 10, 15 pairs of Air Force Ones. And this was in 2021. I said, give it a summer or two, give it 2 summers at the max, and Air Force Ones will be back. And you're like, all right, let's see. We're gonna see. And here we are, right? Nike pushing it heavy, and this is where it's going. So with that point, it just depends, because this is going to be a staple piece for a lot of people. It just depends on the DNA trait, and it depends on the size, because it's just really going to be a toss up, man. I don't think you can go wrong with any size with these releases, since the allocations numbers are so low. People going to want them. Somebody going to need them, regardless if you got a size 7 or size 4 for Ferry or size 14 for my big ass. So it just you not go wrong.
Good to know. Appreciate the broad overview. I love how we try and pick out the types of people based on the size of foot too. That's good. Can I popcorn it back over to day after?
Of course.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what Tebby was doing, right? He's doing a giveaway. And one of the biggest thing is that the community within Artifact is just so strong. I was able to mint two of the kicks because Kaiba, he gave away two of his slots. And I was able to mint the Angel and the Humans. And he also, just gave away his slot to mint to my boy so he could get the robot pair. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to, the community and everybody involved. Like, we look out for each other and we want to make sure that, we all stay dripped out together. I did end up picking up the drips on secondary. And every day I'm thinking about getting the Genesis. But since I got the CRL's Blackout coming out, I think I'm going to just hold off.
I don't know, baby. I don't know, man. CRL blackouts
Yes.
are they nice, but that
Yeah.
blackout black never been done before. Never hit a sneaker ever in the history of sneakers. That's crazy. That's a crazy stat by itself. That's a crazy fact by itself. I don't know, but don't let me nudge you into any direction. Just keep that in mind.
What's the first with the black
Look,
on
look,
black?
looks like we just got another sneak peek, by the way, from my man Johnny down there, Artifact. If y'all peep that.
Yeah, if I pinned it to the top, they just somebody got a seed pair of the human DNA, and they posted a video of it. So check that out, and you can see what it's looking like. But Kane, to answer your question, the Genesis pair of Air Force Ones they utilize a color that has never been used on sneakers before and is modeled after Vanta Black. And as you know, Vanta Black is the blackest of the blackest of the blackest of the black. Never been used on any other sneaker ever in history. So they created their own colorway called Blackout Black, and that's what they applied to the Air Force One. And it's footage of the sample that Zap had when he was on the sneakers app showcase, speaking about it, and you can see how black it looks. It almost makes the shoe maybe look like a velvet type of material, but you can see the lights from the studio reflecting off of the shoe as he's holding it on the sample. So it gives you a sneak peek of how black it actually is and how dope it looks. So I have that content somewhere. I'll post it up in the comments. But yeah, man,
So it's darker than the Phantom Travis Scott's.
dark. It's the blackest of the black of the black. Think about your scariest, darkest dreams is darker than that.
And fun fact, the Undeads also have a hint of the Vanta Black on the side piece. I don't know what that's called.
Yes, on the side panel and the toe box, the Undeads also utilize that same blackout black colorway. So yeah, man, it's a wild one. Deep, what's good, bro?
I was just gonna talk about the sizes because, like, I think it depend on who you know as well. Because, like, I know someone that sells sneakers, and to a lot of like the Canadian NBA players, and like if you know affluent people, especially like these hip hop artists or athletes, they tend to have larger sizes, right? So I think it's about who you know as well, and like if you're able to source specific sneakers to odd sizes, it's pretty important.
Yeah, no,
Do you agree with that or
I
no?
agree. Because like I said, size 14, size 15, right? Like that's definitely the left out in the code, quote unquote. I want to call it odd because I'm calling myself odd. But yeah, it's a difficult size to acquire. But like I said, man, when it comes to this drop, it's just all the rules are being created right here, right now. So we can apply what we thought we knew up to this point, but from this point forward, the game is changed. It will be changed forever. So it's a toss up.
Jack, I was gonna say on the size 9 is good because females and males could wear it. But if you get it in your size, then if you just aren't able to sell it, you got to keep it. So it's always a safe idea too.
X.
Bro, I'm forging 11 and a half. That way I can wear it if I need to and when I want to. Totally, that's the plan. I was honestly just curious, like in general, when people go for resale, what do you do? But yeah,
I'm,
11 and a half all day.
I do the same thing. I get my size just in case they want to stay with the rest of the supply that I have, just in case.
I mean, you get your size if you're willing to keep it, because like if I get my size to resell, it's never gonna get resold.
That's a
So
fact. Never make it out the
You
door.
know, You know what's crazy? It's kind of like game theory if you think about it, because like once the forging event is done, you're gonna see like the supply for each size, and then people are gonna use that data for the next forging event in the future to determine, okay, if say size 14 is the lowest amount, and then people are gonna like try and outbuy that, but then there's an insane amount of size 14s now, right? It's gonna be funny to see and see how people react on the next forging event. But I know that's going to be a while from now, but it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see how things just go from this point moving forward. Um, but yeah, I'm in my camera
Bro,
photo.
I got on here, man, just to say what you was just kicking on the Phantom Blacks and the color wave on that was crazy because I only bought the Genesis.
Uh-huh.
I only bought the Genesis because the red Clone X little, middle part, I was like, bro, it's gonna match that perfectly. And I was thinking, like, why wouldn't they throw the gold on there? That was my only critique, like for the Angels. Why didn't they throw the gold in the middle part? So I bought the Genesis, and what you just kicked on the Genesis, bro, I'm excited that I got the Genesis now.
Yeah, man, they sleepers. I think, when they first showcased the DNA period, people just thought it was gonna be a pair of black and red Air Forces. So
No,
they
fact,
kind
facts.
of just skipped over it, like, I've seen that before. But then when he had the actual sample up and showcased it, and he said, like, yeah, this is Bantam Black people, I know, I was like, oh shit,
Yeah, yeah,
double back, double back. So yeah, I think a lot of people. That's the whole point of having this sneaker soapbox, just to get the information out. Because when you see it yourself and you're misinformed, you automatically it leaves your mind open to just create whatever it is that you want to create for that DNA, right, or that
no,
thought process behind it. But once you're informed with it, it makes the decision that much harder because
yeah.
they're that much more fire, but you can make a better decision just
And then
because you're more educated.
no facts. And then even from my view, it looked like it was gonna be suede, I guess, even from the
Yep.
NFT. You see what I'm saying? So it was
Yep.
like, all right, is this gonna be a suede? And sometimes it looks a little ashy, but at the same time, if they go even darker, now does it keep that, that sleek look? I don't know. I was like, bro, I'm happy.
a
So
hundred
I
percent.
appreciate what you said. I appreciate what you
I
said.
got you, bro. I got you. And everybody hate the ashy. We had the conversation about this when the Tiffany Air Force
What?
Ones came
I
out.
got all these 12s right now, and they like, the reverse playoffs. So I'm just like, bro.
Yeah, no, see, that's a different type of thing because you don't have that suede. You don't have that material that can really give off that dust that the other materials can give off, right? Like I thought the Tiffany Air Force Ones was gonna come through hella dry, hella bone dry, but they showed up kind of cool. They look kind of good. You know what I mean?
Amen.
The worst is the icy bottoms, man, that turn that yellow. Oh, they're so pretty when you get them, and then
Man, I love icy bottoms. I feel like I feel like the icy bottoms have gotten better with time, right? Because they switched up how they put them on so they don't get as nasty yellow as say they once did when the Space Jam 11s dropped, right?
True.
You couldn't walk in the rain at all in those joints. You get back in the car and immediately have some piss yellow soles. But now the future, the later repairs, they have a little bit more durability. They last a little longer. So, but I love an icy sole,
But
bro.
yeah, facts. Are you putting that sole protector on the bottom of them too, or what? Cause
It depends, man.
okay,
It
got
depends on the shoe for me. Like I done seen way too many L's. If you wear a sole protected shoe out in the rain and you step on a uh certain piece of ground or gravel or just depending on what it is, like I done seen too many people take some home alone L's
you.
just from that.
Oh,
So
got you,
I
got
like to stay away from it, but
you. Yeah, see, I ain't never used them, so I just seen it, and I'm like, okay, do they really work? But I can see that, like it bleaching through that and going to your shoe or something like that. I don't know.
man, the slips are monumental. They call you wet bandits in no time. For real.
True, true.
Tevi, what's good, bro?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to add about the Genesis pair, and kind of going back to that interview with Zapsio, The fact that he had mentioned that they wanted to do something special for the clone community, right? Like that, those were his exact words. And so that's again, when you think about like sentimental value or or not provenance, but like um, the the relevance of them, and why they went the route that they went. I think there's something to be said about the extra thought process that went into even creating that collar for the community. So that's just one more reason why I had to have them.
Facts.
Um, and then the only other thing was, one another pair that's being slept on to some extent is the human pair. I know we gave like the angels their flowers a second ago, but you think about just again the human and how again they're pretty versatile. But what was interesting, and I think it actually was on either Soapbox, I think it was here, Dre, probably right, that Zap came in and was saying like one of his favorite pair or his favorite pair in the collection is actually the human pair. So like it just kind of goes to show that different strokes for different folks, but like every single one of these are special for different reasons. And again, I think when you look back in a few years, or hell, you don't even have to go that far, once Forge is complete and you can't forge them anymore and buy them anymore, you're gonna look back, and if you don't have what you wanted or what you kind of were like drooling over, um, find a way to justify them, I guess, for yourself. If you like,
Piggybacking off your human pair, it's like that Kobe Bryant Air Force One from back in the day. If you think about it, like if you haven't seen, it was way back in the day. The Kobe Bryant Air Force Ones, and they give
Yeah,
off that type of vibe a little bit. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? They're
They're
dope.
like the Air Force Ones that came out.
The what Air Force One? Say it again, Ken.
Like when it comes to the colorway, it's like the Stussies that
Yeah,
came out.
yeah,
I think
they
like
are.
one or
It's
two
a
years
mix
ago.
of that and what homie is saying about the Kobe. It wasn't the Kobe specifically. It was I posted them up in the last sneaker soapbox, but I can't remember the name is eluding me now.
I'll
But
go back and check.
it was yeah, they have that canvas look, right? Where and people were even dyeing those things and taking them in different colors and making them their own. So and if you get enough pairs, maybe you're feeling froggy, you might want to do the same thing. Day after, what's good, bro?
Yeah, yeah. So I just want to bring attention to the pinned tweet at the top, where Artifact themselves, with thanks to Cast, they show you how you can officially cop a pair for yourself. And since today's Friday, a lot of people get paid, so might be the right opportunity to do so. And then this will guide you exactly how to do it.
110%. Definitely refer to the top. I appreciate that pin. For the people who've never navigated, who have never had the opportunity to navigate in these crypto streets, this should be a great walkthrough to help you get to where you need to go. And with that being said, I want to give that more information, right? So, like Snapback referred to, the open date for forging is on Monday, April 24th. It will be open for a week from Monday the 24th to May 8th. And that means during that time, you have the freedom to forge whatever pairs that you own, put in the correct shipping information, and keep in mind to put in the correct shipping name when you filling out your forge. I understand a lot of people want to go anonymous because this is Web3, this is Twitter, but make sure you put the right shipping information. That way you don't have any holdups when it comes to the deliverance of the product. This is a worldwide shipping forge, so you don't have to worry about being in Canada and miss out, Kane. Like I know that people was worried about that before. Whoever in New Zealand that want a pair, go take a shot because you got this. And just make sure that you fill it out during the allotted time between the 24th and the 8th, and you will be good. Like I said, you received the pair by quarter 4 this year, and we rocking and rolling.
And I want to, sorry, I know Jack, you have your hand raised, and I want to add on to that as well, that if there is anybody that has any questions, or if you hit a snag of some sort, put it out on Twitter, come into the Discord. We are meant to, help and assist with those things. So don't suffer in silence. No question is a dumb question. I think that that's what we're meant to do here, is be a resource for you guys to navigate this. And if you are like there's any question that we haven't answered yet either, and you're currently listening, you can jump up, ask your question, and all of it. This is a community, and then that means we need to be here for each other, and there's definitely a level of education here that needs to happen. This is important, so we welcome all questions.
That's a fact. My DMs are always open. Sneaker Soapbox will run a space again on the 24th. I'm gonna try to sneak one in. I have a celebrity golf tournament that I'm going to. I'm gonna be at all day, but I'm gonna try to sneak one out there when I'm on the fairway. Um, and yeah, like Anya said, there's no such thing as dumb questions. I disagree. Some questions can be incredibly stupid, but you can still ask them because you'll never know until you ask, right? Like I said, DMs are open. We actually have, you can jump into the Artifact Discord. We have a Bad Take Discord with a Sneaker Soapbox channel that's always open, always talking shoes, keeping the souls aligned, pun intended. Jump in there with any question that you have. Yeah, man, it's more than enough ways to find out the information that you're looking for. And that's exactly what we are here for. If you have any questions right now, don't be afraid to jump up. Any questions, comments, don't be afraid to jump up. That's what we're here for. Jack, what's good?
Yo, yo. You kind of said earlier, dude, you're like, the game has changed, and it's like we can try and base our decisions for this first Genesis set. But it's like, season one Air Force Ones, this is going to redefine the rules. And it's like, I was sitting here thinking about that kind of in the background, and like, dude, you are so right with that, because Nike is onboarding 106,000 new digital collectible holders in theory, and it's like they're gonna be excited about digital Air Force Ones. And then it's like, okay, what shoes are like beyond this collection? And like, how can I get physicals? And it's like, yo, Artifact just dropped physicals actually. And it's like you can go over here to check that out. And that's gonna bring, another wave not only into the Artifact ecosystem, but also it's gonna deepen the roots of the digital collectible community. And then also with the dot swoosh, those are, the 3D files are coming out, and they're available to creators for customization, which I geeked out when Dot Swoosh, when Jay or Little Swoosh said that on the Sneakers Live. That was like super exciting. And then like we know from press releases too that the Dot Swoosh Air Force Ones, the Our Force Ones, are going to be, usable in partnering video games. Like we let that one sink in, that those are Nike Air Force Ones in partnering video games. Like, you really think Artifact Air Force Ones X Nike are not going to be in those same partnering video games? And it's like that lays groundwork for every digital collectible that Artifact has branded that is game ready to then get integrated into these same video games with these dot swoosh Our Force One collectibles being played. And it's like, I don't know if, like, I don't know how that stuff's going to play out, but all I know is like people are going to be talking about Nike digital collectibles for a very long time. And the Our Force Ones and the Artifact Air Force Ones and the opportunity to participate in this history, the way they're rolling this out, it really is today. And like the Our Force One, the dot swoosh effort, that really turned a lot of thoughts on some of the season one stuff, towards the direction. So like, and these spaces, Tevi coming in, everyone here in this entire ecosystem has been talking sneakers for so long. And I've always kind of been like, yeah, it's cool, but now I get it. It's sweet. Everything's about to shift, and this whole game did change. So like, congrats to everyone who like sees that at this point in time, because I think it's happening like right now, and sneakers are just one of the ways that everything is shifting and merging and creating, as Z said, the internet kids culture, which, he's like, anyone who's here now, like we are so young as a space that we're all the internet kids, which is just kind of funny. You think about how far all of us have come, but it's awesome. This is fun and exciting.
That's a fact, man. And well said. It's certain things that can overlap people and bring them together as a community, no matter what ethnicity, race, creed, color, religious background, political views, whatever it may be. It's certain things that bring people on this same frequency. And sneakers, I've found, has always been one of those things. And that's why it's been such a prominent um, iconic movement in my life. You know, I learned early growing up that, you know, you could walk into a room with a certain pair of shoes and it'll be the icebreaker for you. Well, I moved around a lot when I was a kid, and I would remember going through sixth grade and my brother helping me get some of the most flyest shoes that I could get. And I come through that first day of school just on next level, on a next level vibe. And that was that welcoming for me, being the new kid with the fly pair of shoes. And it still happens to this day. As a grown man, I can walk into a room and they, damn, what are those, right? And you'll spark up a conversation. You never know who you'll meet. And like I said, it just brings the community together. So happy to hear that you're here, Jack. It's been a long time coming. I know you've been having that resistance up, but yo, welcome, man. You're here with open arms, and there's nothing but love. We appreciate you being here. Tevi, what's good, bro?
Yeah, I had to add a little bit to that, and just the technology aspect of it, of these shoes. Another thing that makes them pretty relevant, and why this is game changing, beyond just us loving Artifact and Air Force Ones, is the technology that comes with them, right? So the NFC chip, the world merging chip. And so when you think about provenance of shoes and being able to authenticate what these are, these will be able to be verified on the blockchain. So that's what separates them from pretty much everything and anything that came before them. So when you think about when you're buying on StockX or whichever other the website currently today, you're really relying on that team to do their due diligence and to ensure that what you're picking up is real and legit. And with these and moving forward, not just Artifact, probably and definitely that swoosh too, that is no longer something that you're going to have to worry about, right? Because of that technology and the fact that you'll be able to verify provenance by literally tapping your phone over the NFC chip and see exactly how many shoes were produced, how many were forged and are in existence out there floating around, and is the one that you're picking up or trying to buy, is it real from a reselling standpoint? So that's another big reason why these matter, and why we're really excited about these. So it's not just the fact that they look cool. There's some insane tech built into them. And then if you take it a step further and look and think longer term, like experiences that will be able to be unlocked by way of, again, token gating, verifying ownership with these NFC chips, goes a long way. And I think Jack hit on the gaming experience, right? And the fact that these will be game ready assets as well with the 3D files. So it's not just not only will you be able to rock them in real life and look good doing it, but it's also, if you're creative and you're more about the virtual life and the creative aspect, you'll be able to have the files and customize them. I think Johnny is a great example of somebody who does do a lot of customization on the digital side. And I would encourage people to go look at his stuff and what he's done with some of the files that are existing that we have access to today. So, yeah. Anyway, just wanted to make sure that we highlighted the tech behind these shoes and what makes them special beyond the materials, but also it's the innovation and the technology behind it.
110%. And it's always a good point to bring that up. It's partnering games, as Nike put it, right? And I said this the last time we were in Sneaker Soapbox. I'll say it every time. If you think about the games that you see Nike's in, it's not really that many, but the ones that they are in are games that are unforgettable in parts of some people's everyday life, like NBA 2K, right? The NBA 2K has been going on since I was a teenager, and it's at a point now where it's a lifestyle, right? So to have your sneakers on an NBA 2K video game that you can actually wear in game or on the playground inside the game, it's next level. The sneakers that you own, it's next level, right? And Nike's talked about secondary apps that they're created that they want to utilize to be able to buy, sell, and trade. Jasmine dropped that gem today on the dot swoosh sessions as well. She got into it a bit. She answered a question and gave a hint to it. And if you were paying attention, you picked up those breadcrumbs. So we know it's coming or something of the sorts. So just let your mind work and let the cogs going. Get the giblets going on that one. It's going to be next level. Alan, what's good?
Yeah, I think Jack was also talking about something I was talking about a little bit earlier about how there's going to be pretty natural segue between, people that are loading up their digital collectibles on Swoosh and looking for, what became first. Obviously, being Artifact, I think that it's an important note, especially for the people in this space, to be, good stewards of our community, right? Because essentially Dot Swoosh is going to be our community in the future. And it's going to be important for us whenever we do start seeing those floodgates begin to open and Dot Swoosh becoming the people in Dot Swoosh that are the real trendsetters be a little bit more curious about crypto and the Ethereum blockchain in particular, because that's the one we rest on. It's going to be really important, for us to stand up and have a community ready to say, like, all right, it was it was pretty easy to this point. You know what I mean? Like, Nike did everything for you. They had the custodial wallet. You didn't really have to think a whole lot about your collections, but if you're going to, if you're going to step up, you're going to take this next step. We need to have those resources ready, and I think that it's going to be a very, very important aspect of definitely the future of Artifact, because they are the pioneers to have that set up, and I'm not too sure what that's going to look like, but it's important that we flag it to, and I'm sure they're thinking about this, but that we flag it to the powers that be, to say, look, from Nike Virtual Studios to Artifact, there's a natural progression here, and there's a deviation between the technical acumen that you need going from Dot Swoosh to Artifact. So I obviously implore everyone here to do their very best as they begin to sort of onboard the Dot Swoosh crew into what we got going on here. And whether that's like, primers for creating your own wallet, what security is all about, these very key aspects that our Dot Swoosh community is going to need as they sort of deep wade a little bit deeper in these waters.
Well said as always, my guy. I'll summarize that up with this one sentence, man. What a time to be alive. Let's go to day after. What's good, bro?
No, Kintsugi was first, then
Oh,
me.
my man, you need to be up here co-hosting and directing, because shit. Kasugi, what's good, bro?
GM, you might have touched on this a bit, but I just wanted, as I do the thought exercise of, how the onboarding is going to work to get new people into the community. Obviously we're all here, we're early adopters, we're excited about both the digital and the physical, but once these drop, even though the NFT is connected to the physical, once that hits a secondary market, my understanding is they split. And so, do we know like how someone who buys a physical on a secondary market will be able to enter the digital ecosystem and get access to the digital files? And like, do they need to make two purchases where they go buy a physical on StockX and then they go buy the NFT on OpenSea? And maybe that's kind of what you were referring to was teased on the sneaker sesh today, but just curious what we know about that. And kind of a related question is, early on, I forget if it was Z or one of the guys talking about how, I think it was after the FIWO drop, these shoes are really blueprints to be able to forge potentially multiple physicals. And I don't think, that's not the way this drop was structured, but, do we know anything about how forging will work for other digital shoes in the artifact ecosystem that predate these season one shoes?
Now that I do not know. To answer the first question, if you buy a pair that has already been forged, yes, you would have to go and grab However, you can grab whatever secondary market is available that carries them. You would have to grab them there. And if you wanted the NFT, yes, you would have to grab the NFT secondary as well. But if you get it right now before the pre-forge, you will have both, and you will just have the NFT and the actual physical sneakers when they get shipped out. To answer your question about the second part, I don't know. That is a good question. Um, I honestly don't know how it's going to work. That's something that has been yet revealed. It's still a lot of questions that we have. Like I said, that have the answers have only been hinted at thus far. So it's kind of like it's kind of like a fuck around and find out, right? So we just gotta fuck around and find out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful that part of a Web3 native sneaker marketplace that supports both digital and physical might support some sort of forging system for people who own NFTs and then go out and do their own promotion to sell those physicals that can be forged by that NFT. I think that's a really interesting model that we haven't seen before. But I haven't heard too much talked
I
about
mean,
that.
that's something, man. We go into a bad take episode with this conversation by itself because these are things that we brought up. I've had conversations about hours on hours on hours about the same exact subject because it just makes perfect sense. We don't know, and nothing is for certain, right? But I do think Nike definitely will have the secondary market on their plate when it comes to executing, exclusively for Nikes, not knowing how it would be for independent creators and if they will allow those said independent creators to integrate their creations to their secondary market, which is Nike or swoosh, a dot swoosh. Like, who knows, right? Like I said, we still got to fuck around and find out. But that would be an ultimate play from Nike's perspective if they do allow that, because the future is bright. We know people will get these 3D files. They're gonna come up with their own ideas. They're gonna come up with their own executions, and want to be able to utilize that type of sales market. So honestly, it's $1 billion idea that we're spewing out leisurely on Sneaker Soapbox and on Bad Take, but
Thanks.
again, let's see how it works.
Yeah, because I think, last point on that, and I'll step down, but I love the idea of, the network of independent sneaker shops being able to get involved in the NFT side of things by, getting some sort of early access, right to forge mechanism where they can actually vote with their feet and their wallets and buy up the NFTs that they want to be able to distribute. I think that, there are a lot of interesting possibilities
Very
there.
much next level. I personally believe that once the world sees how this is executed, there will be a monumental shift in how retail is done. Like, I'm talking top level shifting, because it just makes so much more sense with the distribution chain to be laid out like this. Zap said this yesterday on the Artifact Creator Space, how they've come up with this, and this is innovative in all ways, even down to the distribution when it comes to these projects. Why spend so much money on so much overhead and so many supplies and so many materials that you end up not selling or having to find a way to burn and get rid of or throw away, or however you want to put it? Why even go through that when you can have your customers or consumers or community come in, select exactly what they want, and make it made to order, and keep all of the energy costs down, the material costs down, distribution costs down? Like, it just makes perfect sense. And then, of course, that opens up the lane for secondary markets, because it has to be, right? It's just where we are as a people, as a community, right? We engage in these secondary markets. So it makes perfect sense. I don't want to go too deep for the intro because I'll be up here going forever, and we already been going for an hour and a half. So, speaking of keeping things short and not long-winded, let's go to my man Tevi.
I will be, give me 30 seconds. The only thing I will touch on is during the Datsush session, I believe it's Jasmine, did say that they will have the marketplace where people can buy and sell to each other, right? So she clearly said that, so that's happening. The only other thing I will point to is
the inventory app that Artifact is working on. Obviously, I don't know all the details around it, but that's the idea behind that is, again, that you can bring in your different, and that's community will be able to bring in their creation into that specifically. And the reason I can make that statement so confidently is that even with the 2.0 that Beb is working on or has released, they people can bring in different assets from other that were created not by Artifact into that and equip their clones. So it's not a question of if, but rather when. And so I think a lot more will become, like you won't have to infer as much, probably starting with the Geisai event at the end of the month here and moving forward as the year goes on. A lot of that information, in my mind, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, will become more clear where people don't have to speculate. It'll be nicely laid out. So that's about 30, 45 seconds there, Dre.
And that was excellent. You did a great job. I appreciate you. Let's go to my man Ellen. We're actually gonna get ready to shut it down here soon. Like I said, it's been going on for an hour and a half. I didn't even pay attention how quickly this time is going. But time flies when you're having fun. Let's go to my man Ellen, and we're gonna go to my guy day after, and we're gonna shut it down.
Yeah, it's too easy to keep going on stuff like this, but I just wanted to obviously flag the importance of inventory management. I think that the revolution that's coming to retail, we're seeing play out, like you said, and this is the sort of the most important timing for Nike. I mean, I think they got hit during COVID with a lot of inventory, man, and the financial markets were dogging them out for having way too much inventory, and this is the solution. This is the solution to that. We're witnessing and participating in it firsthand. This revolution in retail is going to blow the world's mind, and it's going to be amazing to be on the bleeding edge of this revolution through our participation in the artifact ecosystem.
Yeah, man, like the direct to consumer model works, right? And the only example I will give you is Tesla. Why is Tesla so successful? It's direct to consumer model. This is what everybody's going after. Again, if you step out of Web3 and just think about logistics and how things work and how are you extremely efficient in your business and with no waste, it's direct to consumer. People order you and you manufacture based on orders that you have. And from an ESG perspective, right? Like you hear that everywhere. Blockchain, this model solves all that. And that's why it will be successful. And that's why the industry is shifting this way.
And if you think about it, what makes it go a step further is creating that culture within that community for that business or that project, however you want to name it. Because culture keeps everything going. It keeps it driving, right? Like another reason why Tesla is so successful is because they created their own brand culture, and people want to be a part of that culture. So they don't mind waiting 6 months to a year, in my case 2 years, to receive the vehicle that they pre-ordered, right? I'm thinking that's 3 years now. I had to wait 2 years for the Model X. I'm still waiting on the Cybertruck, and that was what, 2020?
Yep. I'm right there with you, still waiting on that Cybertruck, but it's happening this year into next year.
See, but that's the thing. The culture keeps it alive. I don't mind waiting. Hey, it's coming when it's coming, right? And that's the same thing that I see Artifact doing. It's the same thing. The reason why I'm happy to be a part of this, because when you believe in something, you believe in a project, you don't mind helping to curate that culture. And that's exactly what Sneaker Soapbox is about. Being able to spread the information to the people who weren't quite aware of it beforehand, and now they have a community to come here, congregate with, learn with, and enjoy the fruits of the labor with, right? And create that culture in real time. So exactly what Tevi said, exactly what Ellen said, that's exactly where the world is moving to. And we're just happily a part of a project where people could see and get in front of that trajectory early, and we're moving right along with it. Don't know, we had someone else's hands up. Day after, there we go.
Yeah. So I just wanted to touch up on like the whole video game aspect to what you were saying as well, right? Like, um, 2K has a couple of shoe collabs inside of the game, but you can't take it outside of that. And that swoosh and artifact are, working with the inventory app and the possibility of being able to take what you own to different platforms. I just saw somebody tweet some early this week that Call of Duty was reselling a skin for Modern Warfare 1 or Modern Warfare 2, but you weren't allowed to bring that in, right? Even though it's basically almost the same game, you weren't allowed to bring all the purchases that you made on Modern Warfare 1 to Modern Warfare 2. And let's just say people weren't happy with that. But I'm gonna do a little bit of plugging, right? I have some thoughts on how being an early adapter to this whole ecosystem and with the inventory app could, bring more brand culture. Because if you allow us to be in the game in terms of like managing the inventory and resale, just like Epic Games is doing with the Fortnite thing, where they're allowing the creators to use their platform to create games. And if they are monetizing it, Epic Games only takes 30%. I could see a play for Nike, that swoosh, or Artifact to allow people like Dre who collect sneakers, Pompisha, right, to get them at a discount just of the fact that, they're so early in the brand that they can then ship it out throughout the whole inventory, etc. But for stuff like that, right, we have conspiracies on Mondays. So maybe we can discuss that further over there.
Oh no, baby, you in the perfect place. No need to hold out, no need to wait, baby. Keep it flowing. This is what we're here for. And you're absolutely correct. This is totally different market, man, and it goes back to the culture. This is what we are creating from this moment forward. And like I said before, the rules that we had that applied to that previous culture made sense for that previous culture. We are now creating our own rules because things are changing to the next level, right? This is the shift in history that will be applied to the next 20, 30, 40 years that we've dealt with from the previous 20, 30, 40 years. And it's just a beautiful thing to be a part of if you sit back and think about it, right? I think we move so quickly, especially within the space. Time goes so fast that we don't get a chance to sit down and actually pay attention to what we are doing in the current day to day. We are currently creating, it's a counter shift in culture, and we're creating the next level of this culture. It will be digital influencers who have these digital items, who are showcasing them to their community, to all the people that that's paying attention to them, that's paying attention to the brand that they built up, and they will go there for that information. Hence Sneaker Soapbox. What you think we out here doing is about building the entire environment for anyone who has any type of interest in any of these subjects, sneakers included, to come here, congregate, have a conversation about it, build and grow together as a unit. So that's what the whole point is. Please don't feel like you don't have a voice, because everyone who's here who steps into the space, that's the point. Create the voice here. If you're feeling uncomfortable going to any other space and don't want to have a conversation there, you want to practice here, come and fire off some cuss words at me. We can go back and forth. I'm here for it. You know what I mean? Just get your confidence up, get your comfortabilities up, and we can flow. So the next time you have something to say, you can jump through and interject. You know what I'm saying? We can definitely fuck around and find out at any moment in time. So come through. This is what we're here for. Anya, what's good?
Yeah, I wanted to add again too about I know we were circling back for why we started this conversation, right? Which was where the after party to the swoosh space. And I wanted to add also that I think it is pretty historic that we were featured in an announcement that they were going to be giving a percentage of the creators participating in that shoe, in the swoosh shoe, that we are alongside some pretty historic news. They are featuring us. That was really, really incredible to hear that. And they likened it to the creator economy is turning into what we just saw in the movie theaters, which was they gave a percentage to Michael Jordan for the sneakers that were sold, and creators are getting that opportunity now, and that is massive. It's going to not only onboard people who are collectors in a different way, but it's onboarding people who are going to get incentivized in a very different way than they have before being digital creators, and that's pretty phenomenal.
110%. It's a mind blowing to understand where it has come from to where it is right now. And Kaz, I see you in the audience, and you know I keep things pretty close to chest. But I guess since it's blown off, we can go ahead and announce that. That's what I wanted people to see the movie Air for, because that same type of understanding, the people who necessarily didn't come into this project looking for this type of merging of worlds that had to deal with streetwear or sneakers, they don't necessarily get it, right? Jack said it himself. He's been here the entire time. And the entire time he was like, nah, that ain't for me. I'm gonna stick over here to where I like the gamification, the tokenization of things, the technology, right? The data. I love this stuff. I'm staying over here. Y'all can have them shoes. But when you have an encounter that gives you a more understanding of what this actually means to be a part of something on this side of history and be doing it with Nike, when you see the story of Michael Jordan being told where they believed in him before he even had a shot to step on any hardwood in the NBA, pause, he had an opportunity that they set up for him. And they bet everything on this one player, and that had never happened before, for a basketball shoe line that had never received any type of looks. At that time, they had Converse running the game. Dr. J, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, all signed to Converse. They wanted Jordan. Jordan wanted to be on Converse because that's what he saw. And I don't want to ruin the movie for y'all if y'all haven't seen it, but it is history, so it's a little bit of both. You can Google it and
Yeah,
find out.
yeah. Please, no
Yeah,
spoilers.
no spoilers. Okay, but it was a great way to understand the position that Artifact is now in, and they paralleled this with a legendary, iconic human being named Michael Jordan. It's the same exact situation. The only difference is they started that back in 1984. This is 2023, and we as a community are in that same position. So when you understand that, it gives you the fuel that you need to jump in and say, damn, I need to be a part of this.
Nah,
Right?
facts, facts. And piggybacking off of what you say, even Phil Knight and the whole Nike team believing in Jordan that much to even give him those percents and just keeping it the Nike way of like innovating and breaking rules. That's dope too.
100%. And that's where we are. We are here,
Facts.
being able to be a part of that history that's now being set, because we're so early. A lot of your moms, your sister, your cousin, your grandma, they don't know anything about this. And if you try to talk to them about it, they tell you to shut the hell up. Come sit down and eat dinner. Don't nobody want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? It's just where we are. And it's a wonderful opportunity to just take a deep dive into this because it will change everything. Sunway, what's good, bro? I saw you pop up.
Happy Friday, y'all. What's going on? Love y'all, man. I seen the alien DNA, bro. That shit looks nice.
Yeah, man. We
They look fire. You wearing those to Vegas? What's the shoe? I want to know everybody's shoes.
ooh.
What's the drip like in Vegas, Dre? You gotta let me know.
Uh
What's it like?
like I said, man, I like to keep things a little close to chest, a little close to vest. I don't like to show my cards before they play, So
Damn, I wanted to be twinsies, bro.
you know
Fuck.
what, man? I'm a little too tall for twinsies, baby. So we can, we'll see it. I'll see you when I get there. You know what I mean? We go from there.
I love it. I love it. Nah, I just want to show my energy out here, man. I just got done at work, gym. I'm headed home. Almost home. I'm just pulling up actually right now. Just, just want to see what the vibes were. So love it like always. See the energy in here.
100%,
Love it.
man. We appreciate you as always. Happy Friday to you. Make sure you don't miss out on this, man. We've given the TLDR on this one, and Monday is the day for forging. Let all the Azuki homies know they gonna want to be a part of this too. It might not be a part of the garden quite as of yet, but these are seeds that they would like to plant when it comes down to the execution that they can take. So don't miss out on this one.
I won't. I won't miss it. I love it.
For sure. So with that being said, it's almost been 2 hours, bro. Flying. We getting into all types of things in here. Sneaker Soapbox, I love this, man. I appreciate you guys coming through. These conversations are second to none. It's always beautiful to get you in the same space and for us to be able to hold this type of communication back and forth is beautiful to me. It's lovely. I appreciate you guys spending the time. Shout out to everybody who's here. All of the speakers, make sure you follow them. Give them the love that they need. They came up here and supported the whole space, and we appreciate you. Um, Damn, I just noticed Sophie is the only human PFP up here. Sophie, you killing it, man. Shout out to Sophie. I love looking down and seeing that human face down there. The only one. We ain't gonna judge you. More than welcome.
Someone's got to hold it down
No,
for the
you
normies,
got
you
it,
know?
bro. You got it. For sure, for sure. So with that being said, don't forget to jump into the Bad Take Discord that is now up and running. We do have a Sneaker Soapbox chat in the Bad Take Discord, a channel in the Bad Take Discord. So we're speaking about sneakers and keeping our souls clean in there. Also have the
Only a limited amount of seats, right? For Bad Take Discord. There's only a limited
nah,
amount.
we in there, right? I thought it was wide open and free flowing. That's the whole point of having it, right? But yeah, we got the Fit Club channel secretly in the Bad Take Discord as well. If you want to jump into that, it's springtime, it's starting to summer. People want to be out there getting their sexy on. We can do it together as a unit, keeping that motivation going, keeping that energy flowing. Come through for that as well. And with that being said, man, Compound, I know you're out there getting your camera crew on. You got anything to say?
Hey, shout out Dre Millie for putting on an absolute clinic today on Friday. Every Friday, man. I've been listening in. I haven't heard a couple of the speakers because I've been rugged, but all I needed to hear was Dre Millie, man. I'm fired up for this forge. So shout out y'all, man.
Appreciate you, bro. Again, forging starts Monday, April 24th. You can jump on the official Artifact Twitter page to find the link to where you would like to forge, where you need to forge from. If you have any questions, there's a multitude of places you can go to get your questions answered. There, like I said, there are such things as dumbass questions, but bring the dumbass questions. That's what we're here for. The DM's are always open. Bad Take is always open. Just come through. Make sure you don't miss out on this. Again, I'm going to try to hold a Sneaker Soapbox while I'm out there, the celebrity golf outing. Maybe we just keep it a little short. And from there, I'll see you guys tonight at Bad Take, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Other than that, man, we gonna rug this bitch. Again, yeah, caught me with my pants down. I don't have any type of music, so I'm gonna do a little do diddly billy billy to get up out of here. Do 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 woo.